Yo, let's do this shit. What's poppin', everybody? How you doing? Yo, Cyber Girl. Is that the Cyber Girl? Hanging out in my stream? Well, dang, I gotta be doing something right. So it looks like I cleaned up everything in South 1. Time for Verdant Canyon.
You know, I always kind of resented Byron for being so charming and charismatic.
That was not my read on him.
The dashing explorer.
No.
And one of the first companions, too. Being the voice of caution is not a fun role to play. Always having to be the responsible one, the killjoy. The one who says, maybe that's too much. But sometimes it is too much.
It's not your fault, Al.
Byron.
In this area, we have an especially weird problem.
Weird.
Something in one of the labs is going completely bananas, and I can't shut it down because I'm not, well, you.
Because I'm not well.
Me when you're ready. What is it with the language libraries and bananas?
Alright, Melville, I'm on my... Oh, God. Alright, Melville, I'm somewhat on my way. And never mind, I'll do puzzles. I don't care to listen to robots talk. Bananas. British accents are so cool. I kind of wish it were a real place. Take the grab shifter. Oh, I can literally create this distortion anywhere? Oh, shit. Do I have to target a specific type of wall or floor? It looks like the answer is yes. How much have we cursed the libertarian? The libertarian robot's no longer with us. He's indisposed at the moment. If you catch my meaning. Oh my god, that's cool. That's very cool. That's a very cool thing right there.
If the language of creation is a kind of melody, maybe that's why we respond to music the way we do. because we recognize something that can't be expressed in any other way. And when we play music, we participate in something ancient, in an act of creation.
Hey, maybe don't use up the public voice channel for this one, huh? How about that? How about you write that shit in a journal, you know?
Never give up.
Never give up. Hey, Mikey. Hey, DSF, how are you doing today? I'm doing pretty good. This is some Portal ass level design. Someone was like, what if we just made a Portal area? What if this area were Portal? Someone get legal on the phone. Are we allowed to make a Portal area? I'm having a great time with Talos. It's extremely good. Okay, I see what it wants me to do. I really like this grab shifter mechanic. This one actually feels like it has a lot of room to make some really interesting puzzles. Even if it's just Portal ass bullshit. But like, I mean that complimentary. Hey, what's with the cool rocks out here? Y'all got cool rocks? Why didn't you tell me there's cool rocks? Say less. She doesn't seem to have a receiver. Wait, what? Ma'am? Hey, Axelrock, I hope you're doing well. Ma'am? You're kind of... She's kind of missing her whole reason for being, you know? Curious. Hey, what's going on up there, do you think? I mean, I don't really care what you think. I'm just sort of voicing my thoughts. I'm sorry, that was rude. I do care what you think, but under these circumstances, it would make me happier if you kept it to yourself. I've kind of been conditioned from the first few areas to not put too much stock in weird elements of the environment, because it really feels like whoever designed this map just kind of took like a world building toolkit and just painted a big 3D brush across a bunch of stuff and called it a day. And so sometimes things look weird, but there's nothing there. It's just, it looks weird. Like, it looks weird and that's the end of the sentence. See, now that's curious. See what I'm talking about? That feels like that's something. And yet. Hey, wait. What are you? Who are you? Wait, yours is on the side. Why is yours on the side? That's not helpful. If it were on this side, that would be better. But now it's on this side. So that's a grav pad. That means I'm supposed to probably target it from very far away to add a gravity field there. And there is an inverter over there. But that doesn't help me. Why would an inverter help me? I need green. An inverter's not going to give me green. Alright, I'm on the case. You hired the right guy for the job. What can I say? Hello? What are you on about? A spark. Kosu, thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate it. Parkour. Parkour. Very curious. Time and Tide, thanks so much for the Prime Gaming sub. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. I'm a normal human, which is why my legs can't break. Wait, what's this? What we got going on here? Okay, this is the lost puzzle. Okay, well, if that's not Portal, I don't know what to tell you. What is my goal here? It's not even obvious to me. what lowers this? Nothing lowers it. I need to be zooped in there. I gotta get zooped. So the first question is, how do I get all this stuff airborne again? I don't see any way to lift things. I feel like I might just need to reset this puzzle. I need to lift it off the ground. And I don't see any way to do that. Okay, so that plays out one way or another. If you do this and then pick it up, it'll make it there still. Okay, so I think this is right. This is how I got the box. So now that I have the box, what am I trying to do with it? I'll hold down this switch, but that seems like it does very little. That doesn't do anything? Yo, voice of dog, thank you so much for the raid. What things can I target that help me here? Pulling something down over there could be helpful. Kind of limited on what other walls I even have access to. There's no way that was intended, but it also doesn't matter. I already was able to get it over there. Or maybe that was intended. Maybe I was supposed to push it up with my head. Wait, really? That doesn't feel like a very good interaction. I don't like that one. I don't like that solution. Whether it was intended or not, I just kind of don't like it.
Well done.
They made the puzzle wrong. What was the name of the puzzle again? I already forgot. Question. Oh my god, that is the intended solution. I rarely think about the puzzle name in terms of part of my solution. I wonder if I had focused on the name, whether or not that solution would have made more sense to me, but okay, with that new information being presented to me, I now concede. Trying to see where it is. I can't even spot it from here. It's up there. Okay. This feels like a very long shot, but... it's literally right there. Wait, there's two of them. There's multiple. There's no way I'm supposed to be able to target that one from here. This is not the right solution. Why am I angling my head like I'm gonna be able to see over the wall? Like, am I 4? There's no way. I always think I would just walk against it to do that, but that's not how that works. Okay, there we go. Got that wired up. I don't know how that helps me though. Haven't figured that puzzle out. I need an RGB mixer or something. Is there one up there or something? I don't see it. But that does give me red and blue, which if I had a mixer, I could make green. Right around there. But I don't think it's gonna let me target it through the trees, and rightly so. It makes a sound when I'm targeting correctly. Is this good? I'm unconvinced this is good.
After we talked about science fiction, Alex gave me a book. Her favorite book, a novel called Athena. It's not exactly what I'm used to reading, but it's pretty good. And it really made me wonder how we're going to be perceived if this project works out. Are we going to be mythologized? Is Alexandra going to be this distant mythical figure instead of the real, funny, human person that she is? It's hard to imagine that we'll all have been dead for hundreds of years. Man, I'm scared. I'm really scared. I don't want to die.
Damn. Where are you trying to get to? Oh, I was trying to complete the Pandora's box. I was at the time looking around to see if I could find an RGB mixer to use.
loved Byron since day one. I was the first to be born with upgrades from the original Soma design, and he was the first to volunteer to upgrade his existing body.
Yeah, he was a big supporter of upgrades. Deliberate evolution, he called it.
Athena and Cornelius were very kind to me, and so was Byron, but he also made fun of me. And oddly enough, that made me feel more like an equal than anything the others said.
Come on, out with it. What's the problem?
I know you're very busy, but you need to pay more attention to what's happening. Everything's slowing down. People are losing track of the bigger picture.
They're still traumatized by New Alexandria.
It's more than that. When I organized the last expedition, I had real trouble finding volunteers. There's no enthusiasm for the outside world anymore. They want to look away from history, pretend there's no past and no future. I'm really worried, Athena.
Okay. I promise I'll look into it as soon as I'm done with this.
Okay, the game is not impressed by me. Just gotta think of 3 dimensions. How hard could that be? What's your problem? Don't scan me.
Today, for the first time, I synthesized life. It was just a unicellular cyanobacterium, but the sheer complexity of even such a simple organism is breathtaking. Creating it from pure energy, I was filled with a sense of awe and majesty. A sense that what I was doing was sacred. It made me think about the enormous power of life. 2.5 billion years ago, these simple beings terraformed the entire planet, creating the oxygen that underlies the Earth's incredible biodiversity, wiping out thousands of other species, but making the future possible.
Wait. Am I underthinking this? No, the wall. It's the wrong wall. I gotta get both of these walls down while I have the... While I have the capacitor. The jammer seems necessary, so I want the jammer and the capacitor, but how do I get... The grab shifter just can't pull itself up. Maybe understandable. Okay. Eleanor, thanks so much for the resub. I really appreciate it. Is it just this where I... If I can get the jammer to the other side of this so that I'm on the inside, that should work too? That doesn't seem like that's going to happen either. I've got to get that capacitor out. I don't see anything else to take for trade. Love to be principal. Same. If I could make the trade there, I'd be in better shape, right? Hold on. So you are gonna let me get this out of Hawk. Then I come down. Then I can go up there. And put you here. Okay. Now you can be traded here. Now I have to do the trade back in order to get what I want to be over on the other side. Now I can take this up on this wall and get the fan back. That was kind of a neat puzzle. I like that one.
Congratulations, 1K. That was a hard one.
I agree. I'm a normal guy. I require fuel intake to continue my biological function just like any other man. Why is this here? Great question. I'm glad you asked. Fine. Let's go. Oh, it's there just to piss me off. That's why it's there. No! I'm hitting the normal button that anyone else would hit. This is the least fun one to me. I don't find this sort of Prometheus chase sequence to be particularly fun. You going up there? Just say you're going up there. Don't be cagey about it, just say you're going up. Sound startled me a little bit for some reason. I didn't think I was close enough to touch it. Oh, so you're being annoying. Well, you just should have known. I can see the statue from here. I had no reason to know it was going to go up there.
You must yearn for a better world. Yearn for it with such intensity that your heart suffers. Keep your eyes on that distant vision even when you know that you may never reach it.
Okay. Good. Recycling. Oh, I get it. This is interesting. I like this one. Return to monkey. Well, it was pretty simple. Hey, Bob. Ooh, I didn't realize it was that precise. Interesting. Is this fan removable? Ah. I have my answer. That was fun. Still no clue how to make green for Pandora's box, though. That rock looks different than the others. Like, it's not textured, it's been carved. It's hard to tell at this distance, but that's what it looks like to me. Already done this one, right? Yeah. I'm still confused about what the point of this was. If I were on the ground, I'd be able to target that just as well as I could from up here. So what does being up here get me? Clearly it wants me to be in this position. But why? I came here, but I didn't make any sense of it last time. I've got access to red and I've got access to blue. But I don't have I've been to all the puzzles here, I believe. Except for 7. Could be 7. Let's go find 7 and see if it for some reason has an RGB mixer. Frog. That's not 7. Oh, I see what it wants me to do. Oh, I didn't consider this. I can't target that? Oh, and now that it's up, now I can take the fan back. Okay. Cool. That didn't seem to help at all. Hey, Carrie. I am having fun. Thank you so much for asking. Yeah. A lot of puzzle games with lasers, you get hurt if you go through any laser, so takes a little bit of untraining. You really want me to try to shove my way up that hill? It didn't seem to give me anything that I could, like, grab onto. It just seemed to be forcing me away from it constantly. Decided I want this game. Azure's speedrunning this, so if you find any tech that he doesn't know about, I think Azure is trying to. Last I heard, I thought Azure was planning to try to get a good run together pretty quick for the GDQ second submission period. Oh, I don't know that any I don't know if any skips have been found. I just know that Azure is probably going to put a run together to submit to the second submission window of GDQ. I seem to be able to get my foot to here, but I don't seem to really be able to, like, get any more height from there. Does he have a posted run? I mean, you can check his VODs. I know he's been playing through it. I don't know if he's gotten to the routing and running stage of it. I haven't been watching his stream very much because I've been playing through this. Someone else has a... That's nice, okay. So someone else does have a VOD of a run. Yeah, I'm dodging any stream content of this until I get it done. "90 minutes feels really fast." Contemplate frog. Fox? Y'all got foxes in this game? I mean, even if I didn't already love foxes and have no intentions of hurting them, I have no capacity for causing harm in this game, so. Sorry, let me revise. I have no capacity to cause physical pain. I don't feel like I'm on the right track or the wrong track. I don't feel like I'm on any track at the moment for figuring out what to do with that laser. It's a little weird that I've found the laser, but I can't piece together the remainder of what I need to make this work. Okay, cool. my desire to go a little bit fast is consistently punished. I mean, what I'm really looking for is I'm looking for an RGB mixer. I haven't seen a single green laser in this entire region. So I have to create one. And I found an inverter, which gives me red and blue. So I feel like we're pretty close. I feel like right this second I'm on the wrong track because I've never really been asked to do much in the way of platforming. If the game wants you to get to somewhere, it usually gives you jump indicators. I don't really have any other leads at the moment, so this is what we're going to play around with. I mean, is there just like a RGB mixer somewhere on top of a mountain? Like, that kind of feels like what I'm gonna end up spotting. It's like, oh, it's right there. But by right there, it's gonna be like on top of a mountain. Yo, nice. Yo, cameraman, you seeing this? How the hell are you just gonna give me an inverter? That makes no fucking sense. Thanks for letting us know, Carrie. I'm at such a loss right now. You want green, right? Help me help you. I haven't been to the research lab yet. Let's go to the research lab and then come back. Maybe there's something in there that I can drag out. I don't know. I'm like... just not seeing this one.
Listening to Miranda talk about beauty made me think.
Oh no.
Okay, this might be super weird and kind of pretentious, but I honestly mean it. What is beauty? Like, where does it exist? Is it just in our minds? Or is there some objective component, something quantifiable? I always thought it was just perception, but if I understand her correctly, Miranda sees beauty as a property of the universe itself.
Did I miss anything important?
Interesting. So the more humans there are, the more we spread across the world, the more beauty there is. But then, doesn't it follow that it's our duty as a species to grow? To make the universe more beautiful?
Yeah, dog. Whatever. That's cool, but have you ever, like, learned to juggle?
That seems like a contradiction. I'm not sure that makes sense. Each of those 1,000 people is having a different experience. They all see beauty in their own unique way. But if we're all one, what does anything matter? What does it matter if we grow until every other species goes extinct? If there's no self and no other, if there's no difference to protect, then it's all the same, literally. Sorry, I guess we'll have to agree to disagree. All right, take care.
Alright, take care. And they immediately pulls out a gun. Alright, take care. Where was I going before I got a gun pulled on me? Oh, the lab. Yeah. That's enough waving.
There you are. Good. Inside this lab, there's a machine. As usual, I have
It's enough
no
waving.
idea
Too much
what it
waving.
is. Some sort of generator,
That's enough.
if I had to guess. When Byron got stuck in the system, it went haywire. It's currently outputting enough energy to power all of New Jerusalem twice. As you can imagine, that's causing quite a bit of interference. I hope not. I think you should just be able to switch it off.
But why would I do that when I could download all of the delicious juice? I want to download all the delicious cyber juice. Be real, this seems kind of fucked up down here. Mm-hmm. Anthropogeny. A text adventure. Hell yeah, let's play. You wake up in an impossible place, knowing nothing. Scream. You have no mouth. Doesn't seem like much of a game. You have gained knowledge! Leaving the lost children of Hephaestus behind you, you step out into a vast plain under a setting sun. Night is falling now, and you can see the distant light of the distant fires on the slopes of Olympus. I hope that there's someone named Dr. Pepper, yes. I've always named my naming convention for all of my computers since I can remember has always been fictional doctors. Like my current PC is named Strangelove. My current laptop is named Zhivago. I had Pangloss in grad school, and it just occurred to me that I've never named one Pepper. I should. Dr. Pepper is in the same social group as Dr. Strangelove. Mein Gott. Is that what the S stands for, S-Grunt? Take the apple. Ask about emergency shutdown. My car. I'd be willing to give up my ball. You have gained a sigil. Throw the sigils at Pandora.
The flame is not yours to wield, creature of clay. Touch it, and you will burn.
That's fine. I'm a normal human, so I'm not capable of burning. I guess that's what you haven't learned yet about us normal humans, is we don't burn. Everyone's got dork-ass names. You worked in a chocolate store? You two have so much in common.
You know, dealing with this hyper-advanced technology is quite challenging enough without the place also being bloody haunted. When I said it was outputting enough energy for 2 New Jerusalems, I wasn't kidding. It really was. And no emissions of any kind. I'd have to run more tests, but it seems like a perfect power source. True. But that was user error. I think I could idiot-proof this thing, but I do take your point. Pellegrino once almost killed himself with a bucket.
Yeah, that guy's named after water. I'm finding my inability to produce a green laser here more than a little bit frustrating. I'm not... I'm not saying I want to be unencumbered, but... I put in my time, damn it. I deserve a green laser. Your words cut deep, NK. Just want you to know that. Toward the beginning of my playthrough, I did not think that this one was as good as 1, and I still think I probably lean toward liking 1 better at this point, but this is growing on me a lot. Damn, you seen this? What's going on here? Who's in charge around here? I want to talk to the manager. Lake Geneva? Is that where the conventions are? Is that where they hold the Geneva conventions? to vote on new war crimes. Yeah, I'm keeping my fingers crossed that there will be some workshop content down the pipeline. No, thank you.
The philosopher Straton of Stagira had little respect for the gods, and instead placed his faith in Prometheus. Driven by hubris, he asked questions that must not be asked, and revealed secrets that should have remained hidden. It is said that for these offenses, he was put to death by the people of his city.
Damn.
Can you see the folly of his actions?
Can you see why kids love the taste of post-cinnamon toast crunch?
Yet he was the one who broke their laws. Why do you judge them and not him? And who is to decide which laws are unjust?
Me.
You?
Yes.
If the law is not obeyed, it is not law. And without law, there is only chaos.
Yes, chaos.
And yet one man's vice is another man's virtue. How will you make laws that lift up all and oppress none? Consider this as you approach the flame.
Surprisingly calm, given how aggressive Pandora has been elsewhere. I didn't think she'd even want to talk to you.
I've toyed with
Everyone
the
wants to
idea
talk to me.
that the entities might be epiphenomenal in some way. Instead of causing the changes in the system, maybe they just respond to them.
Everyone wants to, why would she not want to talk to... Everyone wants to talk to me. I rule. Okay, but I'm gonna jump, though. Yeah. That rules. I think we're gonna go back up. There's a few spots that I was wanting to access that just dropping down on them might actually work for. So prepare for this to be the next 15 minutes as me going up the elevator and then falling back down. Hope you got your snackies. I hope you already got some snackies. I'm constantly talking to you, Carrie. I'm talking to you right now. Hey, Colin, I'm talking to you now. I'm just trying to spot if there's like some obvious thing I could jump down on. Be helpful. I have not yet found the do a flip button, sorry. This giant rock formation might be promising. I'll come back to it in a second. I'd love to get out of bounds. Getting out of bounds is really fun. I wasn't even able to make it. I tried, but I failed. Okay, I'll be honest, I did not really see anything of value. Hempuli. Was enjoying your stream earlier today, Hempuli. You were singing along to some, I assume, Finnish song I had never heard before, and it was a very good song. I was enjoying it. Where the flick is the RGB? Found a car. I'm mostly doing normal gameplay, but right now I'm taking a quick break to try to hunt down a star. Huh. Well, I mean, I really don't want to just move on, but I also don't want to be trapped here forever. Does a jammer do anything for me? I don't think it does. I don't even have a good sense if I'm even on the right track. The only thing that makes sense to me is an RGB mixer, though. I can't see the solution being anything else. I don't know, considering how there's no other green anywhere on this map, how I would get green. Seems like a curious spot. It's kind of like a little, almost cave. I don't know. It's not really a cave, but a really enclosed space. Okay, cool. I don't want to live here. I want to live somewhere cool. With indoor plumbing. Well, that's gonna undo my setup, but that's okay. Going back there though, that area, I did not explore it fully and it still seems interesting to me. Once again, due to the platforming involved, I no longer think that I'm even close to the right track, but... I used oil? I just keep it in a coffee tin in the garage. I thought everyone did that. That's not where the puzzle is. Byron's like, what's taking them so long? Hey Escrunt, if you're here, do I want a hint? Yeah, do I want a hint? The indoors plumber thing. I guess what I'm asking is this going to be like a satisfying puzzle to work out, or is there like an RGB mixer somewhere on a wall a billion miles away that I'm just not seeing? Because if it's just like an RGB mixer is in a fucked up spot and I'm just not seeing it, yeah, I'm good. I'd rather just be told where it is. Yeah, if you can give me a general area, that would be great. That'd be fantastic, Escron. I really appreciate that. See the puzzle to my left? That one? Go behind it. Okay. It's just going to have ended up being in like one spot I didn't really bother to look all that. Oh my god, I completely forgot about this little area. I haven't been back here this whole time. Anyway, I'm sure I'll find it in like 2 seconds. I came in this direction and like I forgot about this little pathway back here. Hey, would you fucking look at that? Well, we could have been done with this like 45 minutes ago if I had just remembered that there was this little passageway back here. Yeah, I think that's partially true, NK. My complaint is a little more specific in that I feel like Talos 1 really had a very brilliant game design when it came to secrets. Like, it felt very satisfying. It felt very satisfying to find secrets, because it was always like, there's 6 puzzles in this area, and you need to figure out the esoteric way that they combine together.
Rewarded with poison. The hypocrite is rewarded with power.
I feel like this one, it's so separated that all of the secrets become just a little bit clumsier as a side effect. I could totally do with the Prometheus puzzles going away entirely. Just chase the flame. I could live with that being shit canned right now. I do like the Pandora's Box ones. Those remind me a lot of playing Talos 1.
I remember when
and I'd say that I generally like the Sphinx
ones. I was having trouble
ones.
figuring out what I wanted to do. I wanted to see the outside world, but even back then, that wasn't really encouraged.
Yo, what's up, Wobbly?
I ran into Byron on Jameson Avenue, completely by accident. And I was too nervous to talk to him. I mean, he was one of the first companions. But he noticed me, and we started talking, and he was really encouraging. Introduced me to Garrus, and took me along on an expedition to the quarries in the mountains. Whatever flaws he may have, Byron cares about people. He changed my life.
Yep. That's Byron in a nutshell.
I would like to unsubscribe from your newsletter, thank you.
So, here it looks like there should be an anti-gravity elevator, but it's locked down. I'll need you to connect to the data stream again. I'm really sorry, 1K. I know it's a risk, but I think it'll be worth it.
Have you seen Miranda's design for a transport system that would connect all the labs to the machine?
It's amazing, isn't it? I think she's really excited about showing this place to people one day. She also kept asking me about what kind of monuments we could build, you know? To really transform the landscape, show the possibilities.
But her capsules only fit one person.
It's just the first iteration. Give her some time. She'll figure it out. Remember how many mistakes we made in the beginning, even with all the blueprints we had?
But that's not my point. It just worries me that she lacks context. Her imagination is incredible, but it's still limited by what she hasn't experienced.
Would it have been better if she'd been raised in New Jerusalem? If her mind was limited by self-hate and decay? If all she could imagine was sitting around ignoring the universe in favor of self-righteous solipsism?
No, but I don't know.
Sorry. You're not wrong. We can't stay hidden forever.
Did we ever find out if frogs are people? Those are the questions they'd prefer we didn't ask.
This one seems to be corrupted. It's almost like something tried to delete it as you were downloading it. Pandora, maybe.
Classic Pandora. I know what you're thinking. Hear me out.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets in my ball bearings.
Yeah, what are you gonna do about it, dweeb? Okay. I guess I was too far from a power source. That's something that concerns me as a normal human. So is the new mechanic in this area literally just Lazy Susans? Because I mean, cool, but also stop. Alright, I'm gonna reserve judgment. Last time I talked mad shit about a puzzle element that I didn't think was particularly interesting. By the end of it, I was wrong. So, you know what? I'm going to not talk my shit right this second.
spotted the lab with the drone. Sending you the coordinates.
Alright, let's let him cook. Maybe God's actually cooking up some sick-ass puzzles here, you know? Let's let him do his thing. Oh, wait. And that'll hold it open now. Okay, cool. Kind of a neat puzzle. Wait, that one didn't use a Lazy Susan. What? Huh. Yeah, but if it makes you feel any better, I walked around for half an hour not being able to find an RGB mixer in the previous area. So, who's the real winner here? Be real.
She's remarkable, isn't she? She sees so much beauty in everything.
She is, you're right. But I'm not sure she doesn't see too much beauty.
Is it wrong to be delighted by the perfection of the universe? To look at what surrounds us and experience awe instead of just fear?
No, but to call it perfection implies a kind of moral value that it doesn't have. The universe is cold, Athena. It doesn't care about us, or about life, or civilization. It fundamentally cannot care. But Miranda seems to think it's almost benevolent, purposeful.
You're right. But have you considered that maybe she sees something we can't see? A step ahead? You know, Cornelius.
Red?
If we succeed, the next generation will not be like us.
What?
They might see the
Red?
world in ways we never could have imagined. Maybe she's the first sign of that.
I hope so. I really do, Athena. You know that I love her, and I am perpetually amazed that this being we created that came solely from our minds is so profoundly different and unique. That does strike me as a kind of miracle. But it's also a huge responsibility, and I worry about our choices.
I'm about to say something pretty controversial, but some of this writing, not all of it, but some of this writing makes me miss the audio logs from The Witness. Is it time for us to once again play the hour-long Shakespeare video? Do I still have it downloaded on my computer? Or did I just play it off of a YouTube embed? Seems like the sort of thing that I would have downloaded it for. Let me check. Moriarty's, Shakespeare. What was the name of that video? Oh, the secret of Psalm 46. There it is. I still never played that one. I wanted to. Okay, give me 1 second and I got this for us. I know how much everyone was kind of clamoring for this one, so I really don't I don't want to disappoint. The robots are going to talk over it? I'll make sure they don't. Don't worry. Okay, I'll get it in a second. I think I've actually done this one backwards, haven't I? I put this here, though. Did you get crushed? Wait. Gotta know, sorry. No. Boring.
How many of you here have personally witnessed a total eclipse of the sun? To stand one day in the shadow of the moon is one of my humble goals in life. The closest I ever came was over 30 years ago. On February 26, 1979, a solar eclipse passed directly over the city of Seattle. I bought my bus tickets and found a place to stay, but in the end, I couldn't get the time off work.
Damn.
Well, anyone who lives in Seattle can tell you that the chances of catching the sun in February are pretty slim. And sure enough, the skies over the city that day were completely overcast. I wouldn't have seen a thing. That work I couldn't get out of was my first job out of college. A sales clerk at an old Radio Shack store in beautiful downtown Worcester, Massachusetts. On my very first day behind the counter, a delivery truck pulled up to the front of the store. They carried in a big carton, upon which was printed the legend TRS-80. It was our floor sample of the world's first mass-market microcomputer. The TRS-80 Model 1 had a Z80 processor clocked at 1.7 MHz, 4,096 bytes of memory, and a 64-character black and white text display. The only storage was a cassette recorder. All this could be yours for the low price of $599. The store I was working in had seen better days. At one time, it had been near the center of a thriving commercial district. But like so many other New England cities, the advent of shopping malls had, by the early 70s, turned it into a ghost town. Worcester's solution to this problem was decisive, to say the least. The city's elders apparently decided that if they couldn't beat them, they would join them. And so, several square blocks at the heart of the city were bulldozed into oblivion, destroying dozens of family businesses, including the site of a pharmacy once operated by my great-grandfather. In their place was erected a vast 3-level shopping complex with cinemas and a food court. When the dust settled, only a few forlorn blocks of the old Worcester remained standing. My Radio Shack store was in one of those blocks. Then, to add insult to injury, Radio Shack opened a brand new location inside the shopping center, less than 500 feet from my store. So now patrons had a choice between a clean, well-lighted establishment with uniformed security and acres of convenient parking, or a shadowy hole in a seedy old office building next to an adult movie theater.
Shadowy hole, shadowy hole.
I had plenty of time to fool around with the new computer. I taught myself basic programming. Then I learned Z80 assembly. Both, of course, so that I could write games. I also created self-running animated demos, which ran all night in the store window for the edification of the winos who peed in our doorway. Strangely enough, the few customers we had didn't seem to be interested in our new computer, even after the 16K memory upgrade. In fact, most of the people who set off the buzzer on their way through the front door weren't there to buy anything at all. They were there to exploit a free promotion, which was the bane of Radio Shack employees for over 40 years. The Battery of the Month Club. The idea of this promotion was simple. Customers got a little red card upon which was printed a square for each month. 12 times a year, the lucky sales clerk got to punch out a square and give the customer one brand new AAA, AA, C, D, or 9-volt battery. Of course, customers weren't allowed to choose just any grade of battery. At the time of my employment, Radio Shack offered 3 different levels of battery excellence. First were the alkalines, powerful, long-lasting, and expensive, hanging behind the counter like prescription medication in gold-embossed blister packs. These were most certainly not available through the Battery of the Month Club. Next were the high-end lead batteries, sturdy, dependable batteries, moderately priced, and prominently
No wobbly,
displayed
sadly
near
it's
the
a
front of the
Shaggy Dog
store.
story.
These were also not available through the Battery of the Month Club. Finally, at the bottom of the barrel were the standard lead batteries. These were literally piled in barrels, cunningly located way at the back of the store, in a dark corner near the TV antennas. Remember TV antennas? Customers who came in looking for their free battery of the month had to walk the entire length of the premises, past the CB radios and stereo headphones and remote-controlled racing cars. Nothing would stop them. On the first day of every month, like clockwork, those customers came in waving their little red cards. I would look up from my programming and wave them to the back of the store. It didn't matter that the batteries were only worth 29 cents. It didn't matter that most of them were already half dead. They came, they grabbed. And as far as I can remember, not one of them ever paid for a damned thing.
Bastards.
I was such a crappy salesman. I was young and foolish. I thought my education in game design was happening at the keyboard. I almost missed the lesson coming through the front door. Fortunately, I wasn't the only person fooling around with games on micros. All over the country, people like me were experimenting. Scott Adams was coding what would soon become the world's first commercial adventure game. Remember adventure games? My future employer, Infocom, was being founded, along with other legendary companies like Online Systems, Sirius, Personal Software, and SSI. Those were exciting times. Teenagers were making fortunes. Games were cheap and easy to build. The slate was clean. But in 1979, the biggest news in gaming had nothing to do with computers. On the morning of the autumn equinox, September 20th, a new children's picture book appeared in the stores of Great Britain. This picture book was rather peculiar. It consisted of 15 meticulously detailed color paintings, illustrating a slight whimsical tale about a rabbit delivering a jewel to the moon.
Oh, is this Masquerade?
On the back
I actually have a
jacket
copy
the
of
book
Masquerade.
Was a color photograph of a real jewel, shaped like a running rabbit, 5 inches long.
I always forget he tells the story of Masquerade in this.
Suspended with ornaments and bells, together with a sun and moon of blue quartz. According to the blurb underneath, this very jewel had been buried somewhere in England. Clues pointing to its
I have it on my
location
shelf at work.
were concealed in the text and in the pictures of the book. The treasure would belong to whoever found it first. The book was called Masquerade. It was created by an eccentric little man with divergent eyes and a talent for mischief named Kit Williams. Within days, the first printing was sold out, and the empire that never sleeps found itself in the grip of rabbit fever. Excited readers attacked the paintings with rulers, compasses, and protractors. Magazine articles and TV specials dissected the clues, floated theories, and followed with keen delight the reckless exploits of the fanatics. One obscure park, unfortunately known by the nickname Rabbit Hill, was so riddled with holes excavated by misguided treasure seekers that the authorities had to erect signs assuring the public that no gold rabbits were to be found there. Some hunters ended up seeking psychological counseling for their obsession. The craze leapt over the Atlantic Ocean and invaded America, France, Italy, and Germany. It sold over 1 million copies in a few months, a record unrivaled by any children's title until the advent of Harry Potter. Over 150,000 copies were sold in foreign translations, including 80,000 copies in Japanese, despite the fact that the puzzle was only solvable in English. It didn't matter that the Masquerade jewel was only worth a few $1,000s. Many seekers spent far more than that in their months of exploration and travel. It was the thrill of the chase, the possibility of being the one. Treasure hunts, secret messages, and hidden things seem to exert an irresistible appeal. They're fun to look for and to talk about, and this fact of human psychology has been exploited in computer games since the earliest days. It finds expression in the hidden surprises we call Easter eggs.
45 minutes left.
Atari's Stephen Wright is credited with coining this term in the first issue of Electronic Games magazine. The first Easter egg in a commercial computer game appeared in an early Atari 2600 cartridge called, simply enough, Adventure. By a sequence of unlikely movements and obscure manipulations, players could discover a secret room where the words "Created by Warren Robinette" appeared in flashing letters. Over the decades, Easter eggs and their evil twin, cheat codes, have become an industry within an industry. Entire magazines and websites are now devoted to their carefully orchestrated discovery and dissemination. They're part of our toolkit, our basic vocabulary, the language of computer game design.
That's what I was trying to do.
Computer gamers may have been the first to refer to hidden surprises as Easter eggs, but we certainly weren't the first to use them. Painters, composers, and artists of every discipline have been hiding stuff in their works for centuries. The recent advent of VCRs and Laserdisc players with freeze-frame capability.
If I play this too often, no one will ever come
secret
back.
Disney erotica. Thomas Kincaid, the self-appointed painter of light, amuses himself by hiding the letter N in his works. A number beside his signature indicates how many N's are hidden in each painting.
I mean, I already guarantee
Picasso,
you that there's
Dali, Raphael,
a non-zero
Poussin,
number of people who
and
have
dozens
left
of
already
other
because I
painters
started this.
Concealed all kinds of stuff in their paintings. A favorite trick was hiding portraits of themselves, their families, friends, and fellow artists in crowd scenes. El Greco loved dogs, but the Catholic Church forbid him from including any in his sacred paintings. So he hid them, usually within the outlines of celestial clouds. Composer Dmitri Shostakovich chafed under the political censorship imposed by the Soviet Ministry of Culture. His symphonies and chamber works are loaded with hidden signatures and subversive subtexts, which, had they been recognized, would have sent him to Siberia. Mozart's opera, The Magic Flute, is filled with musical allusions to the rituals of the Freemasons, the ancient secret society of which he and his mentor Haydn were members. But the most famous purveyor of Easter eggs is that champion of the late Baroque, the ultimate musical nerd, Johann Sebastian Bach. Bach was a student of gematria, the art of assigning numeric values to letters of the alphabet. A equals 1, B equals 2.
Bach did hide his
3,
name in
etc.
some music as a leitmotif.
By comparing, sequencing, or otherwise manipulating these numbers, secret messages can be concealed.
My understanding is that
Bach
H is
took
equivalent
particular
to
delight in the
B
geometrical
flat,
numbers
something like that?
14 and 41. 14 is the sum of the initials of his last name. B equals 2, A equals 1, C equals 3, and H equals 8. 41 is the sum of his expanded initials, J.S. Bach. These two numbers show up over and over again in Bach's compositions.
Hold on. Give me one quick moment. Let's actually participate in this one. We're being a silly little goof right now, but I would like to actually give this game the room to breathe.
Everything we thought we were doing, it's all ashes now.
I don't think you really believe that.
She's gone, Cornelius. She's gone because I failed her. She's gone because the machine that I built killed her. She was perfect, and now she's nothing.
I know you don't want to hear this.
Then don't say
I
it.
know you want her to be perfect, to be blameless. But you didn't kill her, Athena. She killed herself. She killed herself because she was reckless, because she was naive, and frankly, because she was a little arrogant too.
Well, that's
She was
a nice way to
reckless
console
because
someone.
I filled her head with dreams. Dreams of the future. Of a better world.
It's a cool way to console someone.
A world that nobody wants.
No, it's not the dreams that killed her. It's that we brought her here. It's that we tried to build all this outside the city. We raised her without people, without society. The wilderness is for prophets, Athena, not for children. We should have stayed, fought for our ideas.
It's too late now. It's too late.
Damn, Miranda died. That sucks. Anyway.
Known examples is his setting of the chorale Vor deinem Thron. The first line of the melody contains exactly 14 notes, and the entire melody, from start to finish, contains 41. Another of Bach's favorite games was the puzzle canon. A canon is a melody that sounds good when you play it on top of itself, a little bit out of sync. Frere Jacques and Row, Row, Row Your Boat are familiar examples of simple, two-voice canons. But a canon can employ any number of voices, and you don't have to play each voice the same way either. You can change the octave, transpose the key, invert the pitch, play it backwards, or any combination. Finding melodies that make good multi-voice canons is a fussy and difficult art, of which Bach was an undisputed master. Now, in a puzzle canon, the composer specifies the basic melody and the number of voices, but not the relationship of the voices. The student has to figure out the position and key of each voice, and whether to perform them inverted and/or backwards. Bach wrote quite a number of puzzle
I feel like it would be a
canons.
very funny
The
bit
most
to
famous,
memorize this entire
BWV
speech.
1076, is part of a fascinating story. One of Bach's students was a fellow by the name of Lorenz Misler, founder of the Society of Musical Science. This elite, invitation-only institution devoted itself to the study of Pythagorean philosophy and the union of music and mathematics. Its distinguished membership reads like a who's who of German composers, including Handel, Telemann, and eventually Mozart. Applicants for membership in the society were required to submit an oil portrait of themselves, along with a specimen of original music. With nerdly efficiency, Society member number 14 decided to combine these admission requirements into a single work. He sat for a portrait with Elias Hausmann, official artist at the court of Dresden. This portrait, which now hangs in the gallery of the town hall in Leipzig, is the only indisputably authentic image of Bach in existence. The Hausmann portrait shows Bach dressed in a formal coat with exactly 14 buttons. In his hand is a sheet of music paper, upon which is written a puzzle canon for 6 simultaneous voices. In 1974, a manuscript was discovered which proved that this canon was the 13th in a series of exactly 14 canons based on the ground theme of the famous Goldberg variations. As if these musical gymnastics weren't enough, Bach liked to hide messages in his compositions by assigning notes to the letters. His initials, B-A-C-H, correspond to the pitch sequence B-flat, A, C, and B natural in German letter notation. This theme makes its most memorable appearance in the last bars of his final composition, The Art of Fugue, published soon after his death in 1750. The word fugue comes from the Latin fuga, which means flight, as in running away. So, The Art of Fugue is the art of flight.
Okay, I'm not allowed to do that, apparently.
The art of taking a theme and running with it. Bach wrote hundreds of fugues, but none as sublime as this sequence of 14. In the last and most complicated fugue in the series, the first and second sections develop normally. This is followed by the BACH signature, and then suddenly, without any warning or structural justification, the fugue stops, dead in its tracks. One of the composer's 20 children, his son Carl Philipp Emanuel, claimed that Bach died moments after those last few notes were written.
You can fall too far.
This
Okay, I didn't
story
realize
is
that at all.
probably apocryphal. The Easter eggs in Bach's music are a pleasant obscurity, known chiefly to professors and students of Baroque music. But in March of 2002, when this lecture was first delivered, those Easter eggs were the talk of the entire classical music industry. Sitting near the top of the classical music charts that month was a compact disc on the ECM label called Mortimer. It was performed by the Hilliard Choral Ensemble, together with a talented but, until then, little-known violinist, Christoph Poppen. The music on Mortimer is based on a geometrical analysis of Bach's Partita in D minor for solo violin. This analysis, by German professor Helga Thon, assigns numeric
these frogs have
values to the
fire on
duration
them.
of notes, the number of bars, and
You
the
can't just
German
paint
letter
flames on
notation
a
of
frog
the
to make it
partita.
faster.
In doing so, she claims to have discovered the complete text of several liturgical ceremonies encoded in the notes. The CD presented these hidden texts superimposed over the original music. The result was strangely melancholy, dark, haunting, and very, very popular. Quite a few music critics attacked this disc. They didn't buy Professor Thon's analysis, dismissing it as a combination of numerology and canny marketing. Their caution was not without basis. Numerology is a slippery slope down which many a fine mind has slid to its doom. Allow me to offer an amusing anecdote from my own experience. Back in the early 90s, before the internet took off, one of the more popular online bulletin board systems was a service called Prodigy. I bought an account on Prodigy so I could join a fraternal interest group and gossip with fellow members around the country. One day, a stranger appeared on our bulletin board. Right away, I knew we were in trouble. This fellow, whose name was Gary, began spouting all kinds of apocalyptic nonsense about worldwide conspiracies, secret societies, and devil worship. At first, we tried to be polite. We questioned his sources, corrected his histories, logically refuted his claims, and tried to behave in a civilized manner. But instead of soothing him, our attention only made him worse. His conspiratorial warnings became urgent, approaching hysteria. He began to threaten people who disagreed with him. To coin a phrase, Gary went all uppercase. But his most urgent warnings weren't about the gays, the Jews, the Rockefellers, or the Illuminati. According to Gary, the greatest enemy of mankind was Santa Claus. Gary claimed to possess a secret numerical formula that proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that Santa Claus was an avatar of the Antichrist. Intrigued, we pressed Gary to reveal his formula. In doing so, we walked right into his trap. We should have known he had a book to sell. I fell for it. I sent him the $15. Less than a week later, the book arrived. Above an ominous photograph of the Washington Monument was emblazoned the title, 666, The Final Warning. Inside this privately printed 494-page monster, Gary reveals a simple geometrical formula, which he claims was developed by the ancient Sumerians. This formula assigns successive products of 6 to each letter of the alphabet.
A shameful list, and yet we are the only species who would ever make such a list
12,
and feel bad about it.
C equals 18, etc.
this sucks. It's one thing hearing about the symptoms, it is another totally to experience them. I feel like an insect trapped in resin, slowly congealing. I can keep working for a while, though. There's still a bunch of critical tasks. I don't know what I'll do when I'm done. A lot of people have gone home, but Alexandra's still here. I don't think she's left even once, not even when her best friend died. We chatted a bit yesterday. She likes peanut ice cream. Not pistachio. Peanut. Well, at least we can agree that strawberry is an abomination.
There is a kind of peace here in the desert. A perfect silence. This is a dead place. More dead than almost anywhere else on Earth. If the ground could have a personality, it would be malevolent. But as I said before, all this in some sense does not exist at all. It does not hate us. It is simply the opposite of everything that life requires. When you sit in the dunes and you hear only the wind and nothing else at all, and all the complexities of civilization fade away, you truly understand that spiritual peace is a great evil, a kind of shallow banality that we must always strive against. It is spiritual excitement and enthusiasm which sustain our humanity. Spiritual peace is a vile and cowardly surrender to oblivion.
Damn.
Imagine my dismay when I applied this ancient formula to the name Santa Claus and obtained the blasphemous sum of 666, the biblical number of the beast. I went on Prodigy and reported to the stunned members of our interest group that Gary was right after all. There could be no doubt that according to the unimpeachable wisdom of ancient Samaria, Santa Claus was the Antichrist. I then went on to point out several other names which, when submitted to Gary's formula, also produced the sum 666. Names like St. James, New York, and New Mexico. Soon the bulletin board was filled with discoveries like computer, Boston tea, and most sinister of all, sing karaoke. Gary left us alone after that. I got my $15 worth. But Gary is hardly the first person to connect secret codes to the Bible. People have been looking for Easter eggs in the Bible for hundreds of years. The Hebrew mystical tradition of Kabbalah can be described as a geometriacal meditation on the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Old Testament. The advent of computers has made the application of numerology to the Bible fast and efficient. The latest spate of Bible searching was instigated by a book published in 1998 by Michael Drosnin, a former Wall Street Journal reporter. His book, The Bible Code, applied a skip cipher in which every nth character in a text is combined to form a message. By applying his skip cipher to the Hebrew text of the Old Testament, Drosnin claimed to have discovered predictions of World War II, the Holocaust, Hiroshima, the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin and both Kennedys, the moon landing, Watergate, the Oklahoma City bombing, the election of Bill Clinton, the death of Princess Di, and the comet that collided with Jupiter. He also found predictions of a giant earthquake in LA, a meteor hitting the Earth, and nuclear Armageddon, all scheduled to occur before the end of the last decade. The Bible Code spent many weeks on the bestseller lists, spawning several sequels and dozens of imitators. The Bible has certainly attracted its share of crackpots. But for the real hardcore egg hunters, nothing can rival the ingenuity, the tenacious scholarship, the stubborn zeal of those who seek the answer to the ultimate literary puzzle. A poisonous conundrum that has squandered fortunes, destroyed careers, and driven healthy, intelligent scholars to the brink of madness and beyond.
Who's the boss?
Who wrote Shakespeare?
Oh.
The essays and books devoted to the Shakespeare
Wait, that one's easy,
authorship
though.
problem are sufficient to fill a large library. Several such libraries actually exist. Not even a day-long tutorial, much less an hour lecture, can begin to do justice to this complex, bizarre, and dangerously tantalizing story. Nevertheless, for the unacquainted, I will attempt to summarize the issue in a few paragraphs.
No, please don't.
The undisputed facts of Shakespeare's life and career could be scribbled on the back of a cocktail napkin. We know for a fact that a man named William Shakespeare was born in 1564 in or around the village of Stratford-upon-Avon. We know that he had a wife and at least 3 children. We know he bought property in Stratford, was involved in several lawsuits with his neighbors, and died there in 1616, aged 52. We also know that during those same years, a man with a last name similar to Shakespeare worked as an actor on the London stage, eventually becoming co-owner of some of the theaters there. We also know that about the same time, a number of most excellent poems and plays were published in London under the name Shakespeare. We do not know for a fact that the landowner in Stratford and the actor in London with a similar last name were one and the same man. We do not know for a fact that either man had anything to do with the poems and the plays. All we know is that those poems and plays have, in the 400 years since their composition, come to be regarded as a pinnacle of Western culture. The works attributed to Shakespeare appear to have been written by a man or woman who knew something about just about everything. They're filled with references to mythology and classic literature, games and sports, war and weapons of war, ships and sailing, the law and legal terminology, court etiquette, statesmanship, horticulture, music, astronomy, medicine, falconry, and, of course, theater. Therein lies the problem. How could a farmer's son of uncertain schooling, from a mostly illiterate country village, a man of practically no account at all, wield such encyclopedic learning, with so much eloquence and wit, so much wisdom and human understanding? For the first 150 years, nobody questioned the traditional history of the bard. Then, in the late 18th century, Reverend James Wilcott, a distinguished scholar who lived just a few miles north of Stratford, decided to write a biography of the famous playwright. Dr. Wilcott believed that a man as well educated as Shakespeare must have owned a fairly extensive library, despite the fact that not a single book or manuscript is mentioned in his will. Over the years, he speculated, some of those books must have found their way into local collections. And so, the good Reverend Doctor scoured the British countryside, taking inventory of literally every bookshelf within 50 miles of Stratford. Not a single book from the library of William Shakespeare was discovered. Neither were there found any letters to, from, or about Shakespeare. Furthermore, no references to the folklore, local sayings, or distinctive dialect of the Stratford area could be found in any of Shakespeare's writings. After 4 years of painstaking research, Dr. Wilcott concluded, to his own dismay, that only one person contemporary with Shakespeare of Stratford had ever demonstrated the wide-ranging education and expressive talent needed to compose those poems and plays. That man was the multilingual author, philosopher, and statesman, inventor of the scientific method, chancellor to the courts of Queen Elizabeth and King James, Sir Francis Bacon. Dr. Wilcott never dared to publish his theory, but before he died, he confided it to a friend, James Cowell, who, in 1805, repeated it to a meeting of the Ipswich Philosophical Society. The members of the society were suitably outraged, and the scandalous matter was quickly forgotten. Then, in 1857, a lady from Stratford, Connecticut, published a book called The Philosophy of the Plays of Shakespeare Unfolded. In this book, Miss Delia Bacon, no relation to Francis, claimed that the works of Shakespeare were written by a secret cabal of British nobility, including Sir Walter Raleigh and Sir Philip Sidney, as well as Sir Francis Bacon. Delia Bacon's book electrified the world of letters.
We got
Battle lines were
rabbit
drawn
sighting
between the orthodox Stratfordians and the heretical Baconians. Literary societies and scholarly journals were formed to debate the evidence. Hundreds of pamphlets, newspaper articles, and essays were published defending each side and ridiculing the opposition with that self-aggrandizing viciousness peculiar to tenured academics. Armed with her explosive book, Delia Bacon journeyed to Stratford-upon-Avon and, unbelievably, obtained official permission to open Shakespeare's grave.
What?
However, when the moment came to actually lift the stone, Delia's self-doubt precipitated a catastrophic nervous breakdown. She later died penniless in a madhouse.
I hate when that happens.
Around 1888, things began to get a bit out of hand. U.S. Congressman Ignatius Donnelly of Minnesota became interested in the Shakespeare controversy. One day, browsing through his facsimile copy of the First Folio of 1623, he noted that the word bacon appeared on page 53 of the Histories and also on page 53 of the Comedies. He also noted that Sir Francis Bacon had written extensively on the subject of cryptography. Donnelly began counting line and page numbers, adding and subtracting letters, drawing lines over sentences, circling words, and crossing them out. The result was a complex and virtually incomprehensible algorithm, which he claimed was invented by Bacon to hide secret messages inside the First Folio. The greatest Easter egg hunt in the history of Western civilization had begun. Here are just a couple of the sillier highlights. A doctor named Orville Owen of Detroit constructed a bizarre research tool he called the Wheel of Fortune. This wheel consisted of two giant wooden spools wrapped with a strip of canvas 2 feet wide and 1,000 feet long. Onto this canvas, he glued the separate pages of the complete works of Bacon, Shakespeare, Marlowe, Greene, Peele, and Spencer, together with Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy.
That makes sense.
By cranking the spools back and forth, Dr. Owen could quickly zip across the pages in search of clues and cross-references. Employing a large team of secretaries and stenographers, Owen claimed to have uncovered a complete alternative history of Elizabethan England, as well as several entirely new Shakespeare plays and sonnets. Listen to this hidden verse, supposedly penned by the mighty bard himself, which inspired Dr. Owen to build his Wheel of Fortune. Take your knife and cut all our books asunder, and set the leaves on a great firm wheel, which rolls and rolls, and turning the fickle rolling wheel, throw your eyes upon Fortune, that goddess blind, that stands upon a spherical stone, that turning and inconstant rolls in restless variation. After publishing 5 thick volumes of this rubbish, Owen announced the discovery of an anagram, indicating that Bacon's original manuscripts were buried near Chepstow Castle on the River Wye. Owen spent the next 15 years and thousands of dollars excavating the bed of the river with boat crews and high explosives. He died before anything was found. A fellow named Arnsberg wrote an entire book based on the analysis of the significance of a suspicious crack in the tomb of Bacon's mother. A Ray of Sanity finally appeared in 1957. To those familiar with the science of cryptology, the name William Friedman needs little introduction. During World War II, Colonel Friedman was the head of the U.S. Army's Cryptoanalytic Bureau. He is credited with cracking the Japanese Empire's most sensitive cipher. After the war, the colonel decided to apply his expertise to the study of the Shakespeare ciphers. He interviewed several of the experts in the field and prepared a detailed scientific analysis, which he published under the title The Shakespeare Ciphers Examined. His conclusion? In a word, bunk. According to the standards of cryptologic science, not one of the hidden messages purportedly discovered in Shakespeare's works was plausible. The rules used to extract these messages from the texts were non-rigorous, wildly subjective, and unrepeatable by anyone except the original decipherer. The people involved were not being dishonest. They were channeling their preconceptions. They were trapped in a labyrinth of delusion, mining order from chaos. You would think that Friedman's cold and ruthless exposure would be enough to silence the heretics once and for all. Not a chance. The books and TV specials and websites and conferences and doctoral dissertations keep right on coming. I should point out that the Shakespeare authorship issue is not only the preoccupation of cranks and weirdos. A substantial number of respected authors and Shakespeareans have expressed serious doubts about the traditional origin of the plays. The list includes Nathaniel Hawthorne, Ralph Waldo Emerson, Walt Whitman, Henry James, Sam Clemens, Sigmund Freud, Orson Welles, and Sir John Gielgud. Living skeptics include the artistic director of the New Globe Theatre, Mark Rylance, Michael York, Derek Jacobi, Kenneth Branagh, and even that most revered and scholarly of contemporary Shakespearean actors, Keanu Reeves. The current leading candidate for the authorship is Edward de Vere, the 17th Earl of Oxford, a theory first proposed in 1920 by an English schoolmaster with the unfortunate name J. Thomas Looney. What is it about Bach, the Bible, and the works of Shakespeare that inspires this intense scrutiny? Nobody's looking for acrostics in Chaucer or Keats. There are no hit CDs of the secret chorales of Wagner or Beethoven. For the answer, we need to recognize the unique roles which the Bible and Shakespeare have played in the development of Western culture. No other single work of literature has influenced modern English more than the translation of the Holy Bible published in 1611 under the auspices of King James I. The King James Bible exemplifies the meaning of the word classic. It has been called the noblest monument of English prose, the very greatest achievement of the English language. It has served as an inspiration for generations of poets, dramatists, musicians, politicians, and orators. Countless people have learned to read by repeating the phrases in this, the only book their family possessed. Our constitutions and our laws have been profoundly shaped by its cadences and imagery. But even the glory of the King James Bible, compiled by a committee of 46 editors over the course of a decade, pales before the dazzling legacy of the Swan of Avon. The lowest estimate of Shakespeare's working vocabulary is 15,000 words, more than 3 times that of the King James Bible, and twice the size of his nearest competitor, John
Felix,
Milton.
thanks so much for the resub.
His poems and plays were written without the aid of a dictionary or a thesaurus. They didn't exist yet. It was all in his head. When Shakespeare had a thought for which Elizabethan English had no word...
Quick guess, how much longer do you think this has? Just spitball. Like, how much longer do you think this speech goes? Yeah, it's still roughly 20 minutes. There's still roughly 20 minutes, man. This guy doesn't get to a point. Man, TEDx says talk for an hour, and my God, will he do it.
He invented one. The Oxford English Dictionary lists hundreds of everyday words and phrases which made their first appearance in the pages of the Bard. Addiction, alligator, assassination, bedroom, critic, dawn, design, dialogue, employer, film, glow, gloomy, gossip, hint, hurry, investment, lonely, luggage, manager, switch, torture, transcendence, wormhole, zany. Hamlet alone contains nearly 40 of these neologisms. Who today would have this audacity, this giddy exuberance of invention? Only one other English author even approaches Shakespeare's facility for coining new words: Sir Francis Bacon. In the modern era, the record holder is Charles Dodgson, better known as Lewis Carroll, who, interestingly, also happens to be the second most quoted author in English, after Shakespeare. Everyone has been profoundly molded by the influences of the King James Bible and Shakespeare. Like it or not, all of us peer at the world through the lenses of these great works. They are the primary source documents of modern English thought, the style guides of our minds. Contemplating these dazzling jewels of wisdom and eloquence gives rise to an extraordinary feeling.
I think I'm positioned right.
Rare and precious emotion with the potential to completely upset your life. An emotion powerful enough to make a man abandon his wife and children, forfeit career and reputation, lay down his possessions, and follow his heart without questioning. That sweet, sweet fusion of wonder and fear, irresistible attraction, and soul-numbing dread known
I was just making it difficult for no
as
reason.
Awe.
We'll get back to Radio Shack.
Awe is the grail of artistic achievement. No other human emotion possesses such raw, transformative power, and none is more difficult to evoke. Few and far between are the works of man that qualify as truly awesome. It is awe that convinces a rabbi to spend a lifetime decoding Yahweh from the Pentateuch. Awe that sends millions of visitors each year to the pyramids of Giza, Guadalupe, and Mecca. It was awe that drove poor Delia Bacon to her doom. Now, please don't come away from this lecture thinking that the key to awesome game design is the installation of Easter eggs. Ordinary games with their contrived Easter eggs and cheat codes are like the Battery of the Month Club. You have to trudge down to the back of the store to get what you really came for. If superpower is what people really want, why not just give it to them? Is our imagination so impoverished that we have to resort to marketing gimmicks to keep players interested in our games? Awesome things don't hold anything back. Awesome things are rich and generous. The treasure is right there. One afternoon, I was sitting alone behind the counter at that old Radio Shack store. My boss had stepped out for some reason. An elderly woman walked through the front door. Like most of our customers, she was shabbily dressed, probably on a fixed income. I assumed she was there for her free battery, but instead, she placed a portable radio on the counter. This little radio came from the days when they boasted about the number of transistors inside on the case. It was completely wrapped in dirty white medical tape. The woman looked at me and asked, "Can you fix this?" Slowly, I unwrapped the medical tape, peeling away the layers until the back cover of the radio fell off, accompanied by a cloud of red dust. The interior of the radio was half eaten away by battery leakage and corrosion. I looked at the radio. I looked at the old woman. I looked back at the radio. I reached behind me, where the expensive alkaline batteries were hanging like prescription medication, and removed a gleaming 9-volt cell from its gold blister pack. Then I pulled a brand new transistor radio from a box, installed the alkaline, and helped the lady find her favorite station. No money changed hands. She left the store without saying a word. Awesome things.
I got fired that day.
Kind of like that. Bach offered his students very specific insight into the source of awe. In addition to BACH, 2 other sets of initials are also associated with Bach's music. These initials are not hidden in the notes. Instead, they're scrawled right across the top of the manuscript for the whole world to see. The initials are SDG and JJ. SDG stands for the Latin phrase
Jesus Christ.
Sole Deo Gloria, to the glory of God alone. JJ stands for Jesu Juva, help me, Jesus. Bach wrote all of his great masterpieces sub specie eternitatis, under the aspect of eternity. He did not compose only to please his sponsors or to win the approval of an audience. His work was his worship. Bach once wrote, "Music should have no other end and aim than the glory of God and the recreation of the soul. Where this is not kept in mind, there
Recreation
is no
or
true
recreation?
music, but only an infernal clamor and ranting." The name of the power that moves you is not important. What is important is that you are moved. Awe is the foundation of religion. No other motivation can free you from the limits of personal achievement. Nothing else can teach you the art of flight. Computer games are barely 40 years old. Only a few words in our basic vocabulary have been established. A whole dictionary is waiting to be coined. The slate is clean.
That startled me.
Someday soon, perhaps even in our lifetime, a game design will appear that will flash across our culture like lightning. It will be easy to recognize. It will be generous, giddy with exuberant inventiveness. Scholars will pick it apart for decades, perhaps centuries. It will be something wonderful, something terrifying, something awful. A few years ago, I was invited to speak at a conference in London.
Really?
My wife joined me, and we took a day off for some sightseeing. We decided to visit England's second biggest tourist attraction, Stratford-upon-Avon. It was cold and rainy when our train arrived. Luckily, most of the attractions are just a short walk from the station. We visited Shakespeare's birthplace, a charming old house along the main street, which attracts millions of pilgrims every year, despite the complete lack of any evidence that Shakespeare was born there or even lived anywhere near it. We went past the school where Shakespeare learned to read and write, although no documents exist to prove his attendance. We visited Anne Hathaway's cottage, the rustic country farm where his wife spent her childhood, although no record shows anyone by that name ever having lived there. Finally, we came to the one location undeniably associated with Shakespeare, Trinity Parish Church, on the banks of the River Avon, where a man by that name is buried. This beautiful church is approached by a long walkway between rows of ancient gravestones, shaded by tall trees. The entrance door is surprisingly tiny. No cameras are allowed inside. The interior is dark and quiet. Despite the presence of busloads of tourists, the atmosphere is hushed and respectful. A few people are seated in the pews, deep in prayer. An aisle leads up the center of the church. The left side of the altar is brightly illuminated. On the wall above is a famous bust of the bard, quill in hand, gazing serenely at the crowd of pilgrims. On the floor beneath, surrounded by bouquets of flowers, at the very spot where Delia Bacon lost her mind, the gravestone of William Shakespeare bears this dire warning. Good friend, for Jesus' sake, forbear to dig the dust enclosed here. Blessed be the man who spares these stones, and cursed be he that moves my bones.
Damn, there's
Every
ghosts?
year, 3 million pilgrims arrive from every nation on earth to approach this stone and consider the likeness of a man whose body of work can only be described as awesome.
Awesome.
By contrast, the right side of the altar is dark and featureless. Nobody of any consequence is buried there. The only point of interest is a wooden case of simple design, carved of dark oak. Inside the case, sealed beneath a thick sheet of glass, lies a large open book. A plaque on the case identifies this book as a first edition of the King James Bible, published in 1611, when Shakespeare was 46. Not many pilgrims visit this side of the altar. Most of those that do simply glance at the book, read the plaque, and move along. A few, more observant, note that the Bible happens to be opened to a page in the Old Testament, the book of Psalms, chapter 46. No explanation is given for this particular choice of pages. For the initiated, none is necessary. If you are of inquisitive bent, if you are intrigued by English history and literature, if you value your peace of mind, cover your ears now. In the year 1900, a scholar noticed something about the King James translation of Psalm 46. Something terrifying, something wonderful. The 46th word from the beginning of Psalm 46 is shake. The 46th word from the end is spear.
Can't keep
There
getting
are
away with
two
this.
possibilities here. Either this is the finest coincidence ever recorded in the history of world literature, or
it's
it
not.
is not.
I love that line. Oh, that's so good. What a good
The
line.
Earth revolves around only one sun and has only one moon. The moon happens to be 400 times smaller than the sun. The sun happens to be 400 times farther away. And the apparent paths of the moon and sun in our sky happen to intersect exactly twice every month. Which means that every now and then, at long yet precisely predictable intervals, the lunar disk slips across the face of the sun and just barely conceals it for a few wonderful, terrible minutes. A fine coincidence, no? In June of 1977, a little man with divergent eyes and a talent for mischief ascended a hilltop in the British village of Ampthill.
This is not from this game,
At the summit
Cybergirl.
of this hill is a tall, slender cross, a memorial to Catherine of Aragon, the first wife of Henry VIII. The sun, high in the south, cast the shadow of the cross upon the grassy hillside. At exactly 12 noon, the man removed from his pocket a bar magnet. He turned the magnet so its north pole was facing south and buried it under the shadow of the cross. 2 years later, a few hours before the publication of his first book, the man returned to that hillside, this time in the dead of night.
I love The Witness.
He used a compass
I don't love
to
Jonathan
locate
Blow, but
the
I love The
magnet
Witness.
he had buried. In that same place, he dug a hole in the ground and placed inside a ceramic container inscribed with the following words: I am the keeper of the Jewel of Masquerade, waiting for you, or eternity.
This is one of the 6 videos in the theater at of The Witness. So my opinion is that I don't think that the Brian Moriarty's speech is terrible. I mean, it's a lot of like nonsense, but I think that's largely what he's talking about. He's talking about the concept behind like Easter eggs and secrets and how they enchant the mind. It is always funny to me thinking about that being presented unedited right in the middle of The Witness. I just think it's funny. I just think it's very funny. Thanks so much for the resub. Anyway, let's turn the full audio back. Hey, if you suffered through that with me, congratulations, you're one of the real ones. I like just playing that. I mean, so there's so many pieces of that are obviously total bunk, which makes it very amusing to listen to. And to answer your question, Wobbly, I'm very intrigued by the idea of 15 hours of Jonathan Blow commentary in the Braid special edition, and I think it might be very funny to listen to Jonathan Blow. I don't know, like it's almost like a challenge, right? Can you listen to 15 hours of Jonathan Blow and not shut it off? So, my big problem with this puzzle... Sorry, I haven't been talking through my thought process. My big problem with this puzzle is... And that's pretty much it. No, my big problem with this puzzle is once I get the laser over there, I can't get over there. So I'm still trying to figure out how that works. If I tried applying numerology to make it work. I hadn't yet, I'll admit. Maybe this is what I'm supposed to do. What if I zoop right there and then we take this. Now it's not trapped in there anymore. Easy. Might have already messed up. Never mind. Figured it out. Got it. I didn't consider how to get that torch out of there, so. Reflector. That's the word I was looking for. God, I could not find the word reflector.
If the answers of philosophy are true, why has no philosopher changed the world?
Damn. Damn. Okay. Now she's cooking. Somebody cooked here. Wobbly, we don't have stepladders. We play normal humans in this universe. Normal humans don't have stepladders, sorry. Fresh out. We weren't listening to Jonathan Blow, we were listening to LucasArts' Brian Moriarty. Modified grapes, thank you so much for the resub.
Prometheus was bound for many years, his torment seemingly eternal, until one day, Zeus commanded his son, the great hero Heracles, to free the Titan from the rock. Why did Zeus relent? If the consequences of a crime are eternal, should the punishment not be of equal length? There is grief without end, creature of clay, and misery without relief. How can these things be forgiven? A time of dreams is at hand. To save your friend, you must do as Heracles did. But what will follow?
Zeus needed Prometheus to drive him to the airport.
Well, at least this part is consistent. The megastructure is opening again.
All right, everyone.
Yeah, Windmaster, thanks so much for the resub.
As possible.
Really appreciate it.
Melville,
for 39 months.
Keep an eye on the energy readings, please.
How did your extra life stream go? I popped into it a few times just to sort of see how things were going.
You all know I don't share Byron's enthusiasm for the megastructure. I don't know if the founder really intended for us to be here, and I certainly don't trust this Prometheus entity. But Byron is one of us, and we don't leave people behind. So we're finding Prometheus and freeing him, whether Pandora likes it or not. Here's how this mission is going to go. 1K, it's clear to me that you have some kind of special affinity for this place, and that the entities respond to you more strongly than they do to us. So, once you're inside, I want you to take point. Do whatever you need to free Prometheus, but remember that our prime objective is to save our friend. Melville, I want you to stay at the VTOL and let Yakut and 1K go in. I'm going to stay behind.
I love that in all this time, no one's decided that I should be given a name.
Sitting this one out. Byron is my oldest friend, but we're doing this by the book.
All right, I'm taking us in. Let's hope we can find the big guy.
Do you think the rest of them got to choose their own names? If so, why did Alcatraz choose his? It's a good point. You don't think Hermanubis is a good name? You don't think a guy that named himself half Hermes, half Anubis has all of his ducks in a row?
Yay! I found another elevator. My favorite.
Yay.
Once again, I have no idea where I am. No sign of Prometheus so far. Hope you're doing better, 1K.
Are they going to be brave enough to let me jump off here? Looks like they would have let me.
I know I've said this before, but look at the size of this. How can all of this be one machine?
This is what you get when one machine builds a bigger machine, which builds an even bigger machine.
That's our whole history, isn't it? The whole history of humankind. And it's
Damn.
not just machines. It's science, it's literature. Knowledge builds on knowledge.
Damn, that's real though. Oh. We found the lad.
Be careful, 1K. We don't know what's down there.
I do. Oh, I'm not allowed to stand on the chains. Okay. We're getting you out of here, buddy. Don't worry. What did that do? That didn't seem to do anything. Me pulling the guy lever and then looking back at the audience like I'm on an episode of The Price is Right. Oh. Well, that's fine. Probably. Okay, so once I remove the pins, then I can pull on the thing to make him less chained up. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is just something that normal humans are able to do, though. That's like kind of a normal human thing, is lifting many thousands of times your body weight. Okay, make yourself useful, buddy. No more wait. We're done waving. The waving's over.
Okay. Guess I'll have to do a puzzle after all. It can't be that hard, right? It's not like everyone is depending on me.
I imagine he'll take care of that. It seems like something that's definitely in his wheelhouse.
But if this has to connect over here, then... wait.
Whoa, is that the Great Gildersleeve? I definitely know that guy.
If this has to connect over here, then... wait. If I do this, and then that... what? I did it! Wow! I feel really smart. Also, never doing that again.
Okay, he didn't need my help. Hello everyone from the Gilder stream, I hope you had a good night. You're playing some Risk of Rain if I remember correctly. Thanks, we found Prometheus. Okay. Number one bird hater. I like to think that even with all the trouble Prometheus has had with birds, I think he probably still loves them. Okay. Oops. I fell. I fell in the same place again. Hey, I saw that one already. Release Prometheus! Release him! Unfortunate NK. Alright, big guy, we're getting you down from there. Don't you worry, I'll take care of it. We're gonna free him and he's just immediately gonna be like, if there were two guys on the moon and one of them killed the other with a rock, would that be fucked up or what? Oh, so that's why they chained him up.
I thank you, Son of Man, for breaking my chains. Too long has the flame been hidden by fear and mystery. It is time to put away these childish things and for you to know the truth of the Alpha and the Omega, of the beginning and the end. I will send you visions of the truth, but remember,
I'm going to upload it to your Dropbox.
New Jerusalem sounds like such a beautiful place. So, how did you decide to leave? I know what we're trying to accomplish here, and I believe in it. But for you, New Jerusalem was home. What changed that?
It took me a long time to realize that something was wrong. Oh, I'd noticed that something was off, that something had changed since the early days, but I couldn't really put my finger on it. So I ignored it. And then one day I woke up to realize I was no longer Athena. Instead, I had been transformed into the Founder, a remote figure of legend, mythologized in my own time.
But if it bothered you, couldn't you just talk to them? If you share the truth with someone, they should change their mind, shouldn't they?
Oh, I wished it worked that way, Miranda, I really do, but I barely knew the last generations. In the beginning, I was there for every birth. I explained our history, talked about our future, but at some point, I got so busy
Nest card
that I lost touch. They thought of
Thank
me
you
as
so
a
much for the raid. Welcome everybody from Nest Card Stream. We're playing the Talos Principle. We're quite a bit of the way through this, probably about 75%. Great puzzle game. Specious writing, but the puzzles are fun.
Because that's what I was.
But can you change that?
I tried, but they already saw me as the Founder. The myth was too powerful, and it was already taking on a life of its own. I'd set a goal of 1,000 citizens. The number was arbitrary. Just a nice round number, nothing more. But just like I became the Founder, it became the goal. Another part of the myth.
Unfortunate.
And maybe that could have been all right. Myths are a part of who we are, but something else crept in. The old human self-hatred.
So why didn't you just tell them to change? To go a different way? They would have listened to you.
No, they would have obeyed me, like my siblings in the simulation had obeyed. And that's when I realized I had to leave.
We can show them the future, Miranda, but we can't force them to accept it.
Damn, that's wild. So it sucked, so she hit the bricks.
I have it. After all this
Oh,
time,
wow.
I have
That's
it.
gorgeous.
I finally have it. The mechanics of the cosmos. From quarks to galactic filaments, Everything that makes the world what it is, makes us who we are, in a single equation. The key to understanding the machine that is the universe, and to controlling it. A theory of everything. And she was right. The language of creation is a melody, and it's beautiful. Every future is possible now. Every future, except one with Miranda in it. I can do anything, except bring her back. Or unbreak Cornelius's heart.
Byron was right. The Founder was always a fiction. She's just a person.
A theory of everything. She solved it. She solved the last puzzle.
You need to get out of there. We'll talk about this later.
If the goal is a myth, and Athena never intended for us to stop growing, but everything here went wrong and Miranda died, then what's the point of all of this? Why the puzzles, the towers, the entities? What are we being tested for? Does she want us to prove we're worthy of the theory of everything? Or to learn from her mistakes and reject it? I don't understand.
Finally, it all makes sense. Anti-gravity, matter synthesis, teleportation. It's not just one new technology. It's control over physics. Manipulating the base layer of reality itself. Rearranging the building blocks of the universe. If we can gain control of the megastructure, we can do anything we want. I'm not even talking about our energy problem. We can build anything we want. We can go anywhere we want. It's all up to us.
Unless we fail. Unless we make a mistake like Miranda and we lose everything.
Is everyone okay?
All good. I'm taking us back now.
That's a relief. Meanwhile, there's been a development.
Is Yakut a word or a name I just don't recognize? Like, what does it mean?
The energy fluctuations seem to be dying down. Looks like the system is coming out of lockdown.
Good. Let's hope we don't regret this.
And these energy clouds just fly about? That seems terribly dangerous.
We haven't had any problems so far.
Except for losing one of the first companions, of course. No, I don't blame you, Al. I know what he's like. And I'm the one
Middle
who
Eastern
reported this in
philosopher.
the first place. That's why I had to see it for myself. It is dreadfully imposing, though, isn't it? Hard to believe the Founder would build something so sinister.
The mayor's here?
Well, this should be interesting.
I'd like to leave. Okay, never mind.
Ah, 1K. Welcome back. I'm sure you're surprised by my presence here. Don't worry, neither I nor my advisors will be getting in your way. But I've decided that I need to see this place for myself. These visions sent to you by the entity that calls itself Prometheus are deeply concerning, of course. But we cannot take them at face value. In fact, it's crucial that we do not do so. We cannot simply abandon all that we believe because of a dream, no matter how vivid. No. If the Founder really built all this, then it must have a purpose. It must be a test, designed to remind us of the trials that created us. But what is she trying to tell us? What are we being tested for?
I believe
Tetanus.
that Byron's fate shows us the dangers of temptation. As Elohim attempted to deceive Athena in the simulation, commanding her not to ascend, so Prometheus is deceiving us with his visions.
Bold idea.
Undoubtedly, they felt real to you. But surely you'll agree that we can't simply jettison our most cherished beliefs based on a dream. At least allow for the possibility that there is
That
more to this than
dweem.
meets
Within
the eye.
a dweem.
After all, can it really be a coincidence that you
That
came along
blessed
on this mission?
arrangement.
It seems to me that you have been chosen. You are the fulfillment of the
Forever.
goal. Don't forget that.
And ever. And Wolf. True Wolf. We'll follow you.
How's the system looking, Melville? Any obvious changes?
It's still a mess, but things are clearing up. I can access some of the subroutines that I was locked out of before. Nothing is obviously malfunctioning, I think.
Does it still accord special significance to 1K?
Yes, it recognizes 1K as a user. I'm just hacking things.
As I suspected, the Founder sees you, 1K.
Thanks. Damn, this place looks drab. It's a Prometheus statue.
You know, when I decided that we should call ourselves human, I did that because it seemed like a powerful symbol of our continuity. But the truth is, and I'm ashamed to admit this, I thought we were better than them. I thought we understood the value of civilization, and we wouldn't repeat the same mistakes. But the simulation worked too well.
We're not just like them. We are them.
We really are.
But that doesn't have to be a bad thing, Athena. We may have the same flaws, but we also have all the potential they did. Everything that Alexandra Drennan saw in them is also in us.
I hope you're right. I really do.
Will follow you forever. Damn, we almost caught all the Pokemon. Anyway. Why do I hear horses?
I know you're all thinking about the goal and the theory of everything. Is the past what we thought it was? Is the future what we want it to be? But the only thing that's real at the end of the day is the present. And right now, what matters is that our friend is lost and needs our help.
I mean, multiple things can matter at the same time. Okay. Really feels like I need to get this on top of that, but I don't see how. I don't know if that one's intentional. I felt like this should not have cleared that. But I don't know. How would I get back out? Like, that's the thing. Like, how do I get that moving? Magic. Fuck. Thank you, though. Always is. I don't know how it wanted me to do that. That just...
I hate solving puzzles myself, but watching you solve them is kind of fun.
There was probably a more elegant way to do that. That just felt bad.
me, Yakut. What impact do you think the megastructure will have on the future of this island?
If it stays out of control like it is now, then what happened to Miranda could happen again, but on a much bigger scale. I'm not sure the ecosystem could recover from that, at least not for a very long time, even by our standards.
A frightening thought.
Okay, my brain is fried. I've been doing this for like 5.5 hours. And 1 hour of that was spent listening to Brian Moriarty, so...